18th, 2022. The time is 6 p.m. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Argyle ISD Board of Trustees. At this time, we will determine if a quorum is present.
Leona McDade, present.
Jeff Williams, present.
Richie Duffenball, present.
Brad Lowry, present.
Craig Hawksworth, present.
I, Sam Slayton, present. We do have a quorum established. The time is still 6 p.m., and we will adjourn to executive session. All right, good evening. The time is 7:13 p.m. We have returned from executive session. This time we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, we'll have a brief moment of silence now. All right, thank you. Okay, I will, let's see. Do you want to do special recognition right now? Okay. Let me go ahead and take care of closed session.
Oh, okay.
All right. I'll entertain a motion to approve action items discussed in closed session.
I'll make that motion.
All right, Mr. Deffenbaugh, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Bitter, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. All right. Now we've got some special recognition.
Yes.
And-
Some very, very special recognition.
Okay.
We're not
Right, we'll do
coming
that.
to
We'll do
the
that
board
next.
last.
Yeah.
We do have Allstate Band and Allstate Choir, though. So if Allstate Band will come in first, please. We have Talent Beyond Measure here with us this evening.
We have choir here with us as well.
Right.
Them all coming together.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay.
Bring Allstate Band and Allstate Choir both in. What a huge, monumental accomplishment to be a member of the Allstate Band or the Allstate Choir. Talent beyond measure, hard work that most cannot even envision. We are so proud of you and the way you have represented your high school and our school district and our community. We're very appreciative. Congratulations to all of you. Zach Tate, if you'll come up, please. Allstate Band. And tell them what your instrument is.
I play the clarinet.
Congratulations.
Jorge Terrazas, Allstate Band. Congratulations. Drum major and
Congrats.
Tenor saxophone.
tenor sax. Micah Splain. Congratulations. And your instrument?
Alto saxophone.
Alto saxophone. And he also got a big award. Can you tell him a little bit about what you had to do to get the big award you got at Maggiano's?
Oh, I did a lot of community service and I tried to do my best with my grades and all my accomplishments, and I received the Tom Landry Classic Scholarship.
Yes, there were 4 teams that played in that, and we were one of the 4, and we had 3 award recipients that night. It was fabulous, a fabulous honor, and each one of them got interviewed in front of the whole group, and it was just really, really good. Ethan Duncan. Allstate Band, congratulations. What instrument?
Clarinet.
Clarinet.
Awesome.
Nathan
Congratulations.
Garner, Allstate Band. Congratulations. What's your instrument?
Trumpet.
Trumpet.
Congratulations.
Tyler Lansbury. Very proud of you. Instrument?
Trombone.
Trombone.
Congrats.
Jonah Bird. Congratulations.
Bass trombone.
Bass trombone. And Annie Shannon. Congratulations. What's your instrument?
I play the euphonium.
Euphonium.
Congratulations.
And then our Allstate choir members, Levi Pabst. Congratulations, Levi. And Amy Gray. Congratulations, Amy.
Congratulations.
We're very, very proud of all of you. And our director, Mr. Bird here.
Awesome job. Back up a little bit.
Did you want to say anything, Mr.
I'll say
Bird,
something real
about
quick.
the monumental travels?
Just so we kind of know that the process, it all starts in the summertime. Texas Music Educators offers events for the individual students starting at the very end of the summer, and they have to go through a rigorous process of learning very difficult material, and they do go to like a region level, and they compete against students from all over the kind of the North Texas area, this part of the Metroplex. And if they score high enough or they rank high enough, they go to an area level in January, which is pretty much all of North Texas. And they score high enough there and ranked high enough, then they go represent Argyle High School at the Allstate Band, Allstate Choir. Really, it's about the top 1% of musicians across the state. So we're super proud to have them as a part of our organization. So yeah, thank you.
Duck.
You're just sophisticated.
That was a question.
No. No. Maybe it was a bad dad joke.
Yeah.
Okay, next will be archery. First is Julia Conway.
Hold on, I get it.
Right, archery next.
I told him to go to dinner. He told me back in 2 hours. So let's see if we're looking for
Looks scared right here.
It's all good. It's all good.
Okay, Julia Conway. I have first place high school girls 3D archery competition.
Come on down.
Congratulations, Julia. Morgan Washer. This is second place middle school girls 3D archery competition.
Congratulations.
Seventh grade. Haley Casales, third place middle school girls 3D archery competition. Eighth grade.
Congratulations.
And Macy Shelton, second place elementary school girls bullseye archery competition. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
We're very proud of all of you. Thank you for representing us so well. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm Jeff Harbison, run the archery program here, and I just want to thank you for an opportunity to recognize our archers and our archery program tonight. Along with these four, we had a total of 11 that placed in the top 10 at the state competition, which individually qualifies them to go to nationals. In addition, we've had the high school, middle school, and Argyle West all qualified teams. So we'll be sending about 38 or so archers up to Salt Lake City at the end of the month for the national competition. And these guys will lead the charge here with us. The Outdoor Tomorrow's Foundation, I was going to introduce this guy, but apparently he knows more people in the room than I do. But Scott McClure is the Director of Education with them, and they are a nationwide program, and we're just fortunate enough to have them right here in the DFW area with us. And he's here to actually present the awards on behalf of Texas National Archery in the Schools program.
Thank you
So
very
please.
much. Good to be back. We were here last year. The place was packed last year. My goodness, so it was nice not to be so packed. But I just want to give out the plaques from Texas Parks and Wildlife and Outdoors Tomorrow Foundation to some of these young folks real quick. So Morgan, which one? Morgan, this one is yours. That is your trophy. Haley, this is yours. Congratulations. And then Macy, this is yours. And then we've got one here for Julia. Julia, step up here for a second. I'm going to brag on you just a little bit. Julia was our state champion in 3D archery, and because of her being the state champion, you also won a $1,000 scholarship. And I understand you're a freshman, so this can add up every single year. So
Yeah.
this is just the beginning for you. And the Texas Parks and Wildlife has a hunting opportunity if you want it. But then I also found out that during your scoring, one of your arrows could have been a 10 or a 9. And the person you were shooting with said, oh, that's a 10, take the higher. But because of her integrity and because of who she is, she chose to take the lower score and had a lane judge come over and verify that she had the lower score. So even though you took the lower score because of your integrity, you still were a state champion. And on top of that, you are the highest scoring female in the whole state of Texas.
Woo!
Because you were the top archer in the state of Texas. And that's awesome. I love it. So congratulations to you. Thank you. Appreciate y'all very much.
Thank you for being here. Congratulations. Would you like in the picture as well? Yeah, jump on it.
We're
Congratulations.
very, very proud of you. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your accomplishments with us this evening.
We hope to bring home some championships from nationals in a couple of weeks.
That is
Look
wonderful.
forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks.
Do you have anybody, by the way, who's a teacher or a parent who's a teacher who's going with you?
We have plenty, probably. I think Jamie Murphy is West
Yes.
faculty.
Okay.
Your Coach Witness isn't able to go to this trip, but I'd have to check the rosters again, but we have at least a dozen or so throughout the program, and I'm sure some are going on this.
That are
Michelle
teachers.
Tarrant, I believe, is at least a part-time. I'm not sure. Is this for the attendance records and stuff?
Right, yes.
Dr. Wright was
So I
going to
made aware of that
chaperone.
at State, which we had several there.
Okay.
Make sure we have
Go to
some
Orlando.
guests.
Okay.
That's national.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate
Those
it.
worlds.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, Art.
Yeah, that's what I told him too.
Okay, we'll let Ms. Cossell talk a little bit about this after we present these. Maggie Campbell. Maggie. Hang on a second. Maggie has her artwork featured in the Bob Bullock Museum for Youth Art Month. So that's quite an
Congratulations.
accomplishment. Bob Bullock Museum. Morgan Bradford.
Morgan wasn't able to
She's
come.
not here. Okay. Jacqueline Myers. This is for outstanding achievement in visual arts scholastic event as a qualifier. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Morgan Bradford's. Hers is for outstanding achievement in visual arts scholastic event. So why don't you talk a little bit, Ms. Coslow, about this and what this means?
Okay, well, the month of March is designated as Youth Art Month. Okay, so there are several events that go on. Jacqueline entered in a visual arts scholastic event, which is like our regional and area competitions. Out of about almost 2,500 pieces, she has a piece that it has qualified to go to state. So at the end of this month, we're going to San Marcos for the state competition. And then Maggie, we entered an art piece in the Youth Art Month State Capitol Exhibit contest, and her piece was accepted, and it hung for the entire month of March at the Bob Bullock State Museum. So those are pretty big accomplishments for a small art program.
Yeah.
Yes.
Congrats.
We're very proud of both of you. Thank Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we have UIL film. For our UIL film, fourth place documentary film state Breaking Barriers, we have Sloan Dahl.
Congratulations.
And they're not here, right? But Nick West and Alex Daggett for outstanding achievement in UIL film, fifth place documentary film state capturing history. You want to say a little bit about the films, Mrs. Short?
So we have a pretty small group here, obviously, tonight, but her film started 9 months ago. These are not easy to create. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and I think we calculated about 200 hours with this film. And I think Nick's and Alex's was at least 60 hours of film time. But it has been a struggle with COVID, getting interviews and doing all of the stuff that we need to do. But Nick's and Alex's film, Breaking Barriers, that was about the Denton Camera Store down here in Denton. It's been there forever and family-owned business. It's called Capturing History. And then Breaking Barriers, Sloan's, she actually fought. You want to just tell them like a little synopsis of your film, real quick?
Well, there was Courtney Schlater. She was a senior last year, and she was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes as a junior in high school, which is kind of older to get diagnosed with that. And I followed her from the end of track season because she came up after getting diagnosed and ended up breaking like 3 school records, which was amazing. And I followed her throughout that journey and asked her about how she did it, how she ended up where she was today with getting offers from colleges and basically overcoming something that can be really, really hard to overcome.
And her film also, just amazingly, it also got nominated for the Social Impact Award, which is it's another award that they can win scholarships in for. And she was a semifinalist for state for that as well. Because all of these films, especially the documentary films that my kids are doing, they're trying to find something that can affect social change in a positive way and impact that. And so we have spent a lot of time like brainstorming and figuring out the best stories to tell, and it's all about telling the great stories, and hopefully we can continue to do that. So we're enjoying it, and I'm very proud of these guys. So.
Now, thank
One more thing. This is her 4th year to be on a film, and she was part of 3 other state championship films like over the years also. So
that is fantastic.
See you in Hollywood.
Congratulations.
thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for coming. I do want to talk a little bit about our cultural night and a little bit about our culture committee. Dr. Jordan, Dawn Jordan, has headed that up at the district level, and she had a committee that included a representative from each of the campuses. And they had what was really a phenomenal cultural night the last part of March at the middle school. And I think this will continue, but I would like to say congratulations on the success of that program. This is the 2nd year that it's been in effect, so thank you. Which brings us to the board members that we're losing. We're going to talk about Mr. Williams first. So I do have a couple of special messages for Mr. Williams, which you can read later. We'll start with principals. We'll start with elementary and then middle school, high school. So whoever, Donna or Renee, either one, just come on up. Yeah, we can't hear very well, and the people that are listening to the live stream can't hear very well if you're not at the mic.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank you both for your service. I know being on a school board is not a glamorous job, but we really appreciate the time and the effort that you put in to the students, the staff, and us as principals. So we really appreciate that so very much. On a personal level, I just want to thank you for being involved in helping me name West. I know when we first started, we talked about West Argyle Elementary, and I said, well, can we do Argyle West Elementary? That I can work with that, and not only you, but everyone was on board with that. But that's what I'm talking about, always being on board behind the principals, supporting us in sometimes the crazy things that we want to do. But I appreciate that so very much.
You want to go ahead and talk about
Sure.
Sure.
So, Mr. Lowry, you've been the quiet, strong type on the board. And again, we appreciate your time and your service. The rezoning was a big deal. I know everyone was involved in that, but listening to myself, because my campus was affected a great deal, listening to my concerns, my staff's concerns, and truly taking that to heart and acting on it really meant a lot to myself and to my staff. So I appreciate that so very much. We will miss you greatly.
Coach Williams, thank you so much for your years of service, your dedication to staff, students, our community. It is evident that you have a servant's heart. And from somebody who has been on the recipient of your service, I just want you to know that you are greatly appreciated, greatly respected. So thank you for all the days of your life that you have spent right here in this chair in service of this community.
Thank you.
And to Mr. Lowry, you're the ongoing voice of intelligence and reason. You really stay focused on the goal, and that is something that I have really respected about you, that you're focused on our students first and foremost, that center on what's most important, which is our students. So thank you also for the hours, the days, and the years that you have spent in service to Argyle ISD. You are greatly valued, and you'll be greatly missed.
I'll start with Mr. Williams. On a personal note, being a basketball parent with you was a big highlight to me because of just how y'all welcomed us in as the young, new people. And at the time, new to the camp, I didn't really know very many people in Argyle, and that was a special experience for me. I also appreciate the fact, and this speaks to all of you, but you guys together as a unit, I don't feel like you come in with predetermined answers. You truly listen to all sides. I don't think any of you have agendas that you're trying to do something in particular. You listen to the teachers, the administration, the community, and the students. And I love true oversight where you really do take the facts and you come up with the best answer. So I feel like I've seen you do that in your role, and I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
And Mr. Lowry, some of that applies to you also, and all of you guys, but the fact that y'all do it together, and obviously two of you leaving is a big change to the dynamics, so I hope that that stays the same. A couple years ago, I think I changed roles 3 times in the course of about 6 weeks, so if fatigue from signing off to give me contracts has anything to do with y'all leaving, I apologize. Tried to stay consistent here for a couple years, so, but that's really all I have to say, is that you're very appreciated. I appreciate the consideration that you always listen, not just to me, but to the parents, to everyone, and I appreciate that. You'll be missed.
Thank you. Scott Gibson here, middle school principal, and I don't want to sound like a broken record here, and I'm wet here. I was doing dishes right before I came up here, so I apologize.
You didn't do them very well.
Had to get some stuff done.
Had to
before
get
my
that
wife
into
got
public
home, so I
record.
apologize.
Thanks for clarifying.
It looks funny, so I was trying to figure out whether to roll it up.
Will forever
or not,
be
but
documented.
I do want to say I've been here since 2006, and the board that we have had here most recently, I would say, in my opinion, has been the best board that we have had in Argyle since I have been here, as far as being supportive but questioning and doing both of those things in a balanced way. And so for all of you, I just want to say that. Specifically to Mr. Williams, we go back a long way. We got a couple of funny stories. One of them's more funny than now than when it was at the time, with some shoes involved and all. But you know, you had Jack and Abby both come through the middle school, so I've had both your kids come through here, and I just appreciate your calm demeanor on the board and your ability to reason and your ability to always just look factually at everything. I know that was stated earlier, so thank you for your service on the board. It's much appreciated. And Mr. Lowry, many of the same things. I think Bradley was in high school, Layton was in middle school. Then we had Lane and Charlie came through. So I've had all four of your kids in some capacity. So I just really feel like you've just brought a sense of glue to the board. And I'm just using some analogies here, but just kind of bring things together from looking out here into things. And so just as we move forward, I just hope that as we bring new people on, that we're looking at bringing those in and just letting everyone know the role that's associated with here. But I so appreciate all of you, but you guys that are going off since you're leaving, I just want to say that I really, really do appreciate everything that you guys have brought to our school board. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart.
Dr. Wright said this was a roast, so I have lots of roast. Just kidding. Mr. Williams, thank you. The word that came to mind when I thought about what I wanted to say was the word invested in the community. You're just invested. I think you're the only one on the board that was a classroom teacher in Argyle and a coach in Argyle. So you have a unique perspective. You've been in those classrooms and you've been on those fields, you've been on the courts. So you bring that to the board, and I appreciate that. When I think about the word invested, I also think about your children and how invested they were in our educational system, in our extracurricular system, and all that they brought. But I also think about your wife and how she's invested. So your family is totally invested in what we're doing here, and I sincerely appreciate that about you. During COVID times, you sincerely helped me with contact information and with ideas, and how can we keep graduation going, and how can we keep the slideshow going, and without you, some of those things would not have happened. So thank you for those things. Mr. Lowry, I'm going to date myself here, but I think you'll remember this, and I think several in the room will remember this. When I thought about what I wanted to say to you, I thought about E.F. Hutton. Now, some of y'all didn't get that, but some of y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. So for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, E.F. Hutton, I think, was a brokerage investment company, and they used to have commercials on TV. And it'd be like a crowded restaurant and all these conversations going on, and two people over here at this table talking about their own personal investments, and one guy saying, well, I'm doing this, this, and this. And then the other guy within this loud, crowded restaurant would say, well, my broker's E.F. Hutton. And E.F. Hutton says, and then there's a hush, because everybody wants to know what he has to say. What does E.F. Hutton have to say? And that's reminded me of you. I think people value your gentle spirit. They value what you have to say. They value your experiences and your wisdom. They have a lot of admiration, and I'm one of those that has a lot of admiration for the things you have to say. Both of you are invested in our schools and in our community. You shared your families with us. You shared your spouses with us, and we appreciate that. You led our district through 3 of the hardest years in education. You made decisions collectively, but just speaking to you two tonight, you made decisions that were extremely difficult, that you knew would not make everybody happy, but I believe in my heart that in your heart you had what was best for the district at mind. What's best for kids, what's best for teachers, what's best for our community, and what's best for this school district. I appreciate that. It's been said multiple times, and I know there's others that are going to say the exact same thing. You guys will be sorely missed when you step away, but we do appreciate your service.
Central office, Dr. Steber and Mr. Daniel and Ms. Stewart.
So what I have to say applies to both of you, Mr. Williams and Mr. Lowry.
thank you for all of the volunteer hours and the time that you sacrifice, personal time and family time, to make Argyle a better place, and I appreciate that. Both of you made me feel so welcome when I came here 5 years ago. Thank you for setting an example of what it means to be an Eagle. I appreciate the history that both of you bring to the table, especially for someone who is newer here like myself, just learning about Argyle and those traditions and just what being an Eagle means. I think that both of you played a large part in protecting the tradition that makes being an Eagle so great. And those traditions and that originality is so important, especially as we are experiencing this intense growth. So thank you both for helping me learn what it means to be an Eagle.
So I'm not sure I can add anything that everybody else hasn't already said tonight, but if you haven't figured out by now, you're very well valued and appreciated for all of your dedication that you've given to the school and given to the employees and to the students. And we just really appreciate being able to come in, and I'm not remembering exactly which principal talked about this, but coming in with an open mind and being able to discuss items and feel like that you're doing everything with the benefit of the students in mind and the staff in mind, and that you truly value what it means to make those decisions, and even if everybody doesn't agree with it, that it's what you feel like is actually in the best interest of everybody. And we really appreciate that when we're on this side of that, from being able to come up and speak with you and have those discussions. And I think that everybody here really appreciates the value that y'all bring into that, and we're going to definitely miss y'all. I think that y'all may be the longest serving ones on this board, other than Bitter. Were y'all
Bitter
before
and
them?
Hawksworth.
Those two? So that's a little bit of a long-standing tradition here of what we have on this board, and going to be sorely missed. But we know that you've had 2 children through here, and you've had 4 come through as Eagles, and the dedication that y'all have had, even when you weren't on the board, you were just here as parents and as employees and or an employee, sorry, and just everything that you've given back to this district. We really appreciate it, and we're going to miss you. Thank you.
I don't know what more I can say that hasn't already been said, but I wanted to thank you both for your very calm and cool demeanor while you've been on the board. I think for both of you, you're men of few words, but whenever you do speak, people listen, and they want to know what your opinion is, and just appreciate you always listening to both sides of an issue, thinking about what's best for the community, and then making a decision. My first memory of you was when I was the middle school principal. I think you were there for like 1 year as a baseball coach is what I remember you as first. And then today in our meeting, our admin meeting, Dr. Wright and Todd were arguing about employee numbers and who had the lower employee number, because the lower the number, the longer you've been here. And so I think Liz was scrambling on her computer trying to figure out who had the lower employee number. And Dr. Wright takes full credit. She says, "I hired him." There's more to that story about his abilities as a teacher and as a coach, and definitely you've been a great board member. I had a couple of your kids, Lane, who helped coach my daughters in soccer when they were little bitty. And then one thing that I'll always remember is Layton. I think this is my first or second year here as the principal, and I was at the Rave Theater. I don't know if you remember where that is. It was like one of the only theaters around here in Corinth. And this kid comes up to me, and he shakes my hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Daniel, it's good to see you." And so there's not a lot of 8th grade, I think he was an 8th grader at the time, kids that do that. And so it stuck with me thinking, man, these parents, who raises their kids like this? And so that's just a memory I have of a couple of your kids, good kids, and a great board member. So thank you. Thank you both.
Okay, so it was 2001. That's only 21 years ago, but it was. And so Jim Randall was the AD. This predates Todd, but I'm the principal. We were trying to find a combination that seemed like it would be pretty hard. It was football, you have to coach football, you have to coach baseball, and you have to teach speech, which is also called communication. And so he's looking, and we're calling, and we're seeing what the alternative certification programs have, and looking at Regional 11 and trying to find somebody. And I get on the internet, and of course we didn't have Teacher Job Network then, but we did have Regional 11. And so I come upon this applicant, and I'm thinking, oh wow, this guy can teach football, can coach football and baseball, and oh wait a minute, this guy has played professional baseball all over the world. And I keep looking, and he's been in broadcasting, and he can teach this communication / speech type class that we've got. So I go and I go, Coach Randall, I found us a coach. He goes, where'd you find a coach? I go, on the internet. He goes, well, I don't know. I go, well, we got to at least get him out here. I think he was in Arlington then. And he goes, well, okay. I go, well, look, you know, this is really, really amazing. So we get Jeff out there, and he was in the alternative certification program, and everything he said was true. He could coach football and baseball, and he wasn't the head baseball coach the first year, but by the second year, I believe, he was the head coach of baseball, and was an amazing teacher, an amazing individual. But after Jim met him, you know, of course, we were very impressed, and so we thought, wow. And he's always been my story about why you really shouldn't not hire an alternative certification person, because they can turn out to be exceptional, way beyond exceptional, actually. Great teacher, really, really good teacher, really good with the students, really good with all kinds of students, always had lesson plans, everything. I can remember, it must have been Abby that we had the baby shower for at high school, because I think you already had Jack when you came. And then Holly came and taught for us, and of course now she's an administrator in the district. So one of the other people who was up here talking said that that Jeff was really invested, and his family was invested, and that's true. It's been a real joy to have the privilege of watching Jack and Abby play sports at Argyle High School. That's been incredible, and as far as I know we have educators who have come to the board, John Shinsky, Dr. Leona McDay. We have some people who have worked as educators and come to the board, but I do believe that Jeff Williams is the only teacher coach at Argyle High School that we've had that's then come to the board. So we won't replace you. I do have a plaque to commemorate May the 7th of 2016 through May the 7th of 2022, and to say, from Argyle Independent School District, thank you for your service and dedication to the students and the staff of Argyle ISD. Let's get a picture of the plaque. Oh yeah, we'll take it out. And we also have a little treat.
The best part.
Mr. Williams has bragged on those cookies on more than one occasion, so we have cookies. But I gave you Mr. Lowry's cookies. So those have your name on them. These are personalized cookies. And then, Mr. Lowry, I have cards for you. Some special cards. As I listened to what other people said, I was looking at my notes and seeing, well, those are the same things I was going to say. Mr. Lowry is truly service-minded. He really, really is. He really viewed these 6 years as service to this community, and he did a tremendous job with this. And like so many of you have said, he's willing to listen to all sides of an issue. He's willing to hear what the parent thought, what the teacher thought, what the principal thought. He's very, very invested in the district, the father of 4 Argyle High School graduates. I was also privileged to watch his son and daughters participate and play sports at Argyle High School. I always felt like Mr. Lowry was a strong supporter of students, parents, staff, administration, and I appreciate that very much. He brings a real legacy to this. His dad was a board member, and in fact his dad was the TASB president. I was privileged to meet him and talk with him on numerous occasions, so I really appreciate that, and we will not replace you. I have Mr. Lowry's service, the same as Mr. Williams, the 7th of May 2016 to the 7th of May 2022. Thank you for your service and dedication to the students and staff of Argyle Independent School District. And I have cookies. Yes, with your name on them and your years of service, and there's for your plaque. We will not replace you gentlemen. We do appreciate what you brought to this board. It's been a great 6 years. 4 buildings opened during this time. The middle school opened as phase 1 in 2016. We opened West in 2019. And then in 21, we flipped the campuses and opened phase 2. And South will open in 22. So 4 buildings and a Lone Star Cup every year except the year that they didn't have it because of the pandemic.
Still won it.
We still won it. We still got that, just like we still won basketball state. And I will always believe that were it not for Mr. Williams, we wouldn't have had that slideshow in 2020. So I'm grateful for that. That was a phenomenal slideshow, and it's turned into something we're doing every year now in the same way that we did it in 2020. So what a great legacy that you two gentlemen bring to this school district. So thank you so much. And Mr. Slayton wants to speak to you, and then we'll let any of the other board members speak. But Mr. Slayton.
So I'm gonna cry. I'm just gonna let you know that. All the words have been spoken here. They can be repeated all night. We could go on forever. We could have the longest public comment we ever had in the history of Argyle ISD, and that's saying something.
You need to time me.
Yeah. That's probably the best thing, have the secretary control my time. But that's a testament to y'all's integrity, and that's a testament to who you are as men, fathers, spouses, friends, board members. And I personally, there'll be a grieving process for me with both of y'all leaving. But you won't be replaced. Your legacy will remain. And that's what's important, because being a board member, we all know that there is a history lost when people leave the board. And it's our responsibility to carry that legacy on and making sure that the integrity and the wisdom and the resolve that are exhibited in former board members, that continue on with future board members. So there'll be new people in your seats, but your legacy will remain. As an only child, I like to win. I'm pretty competitive. I don't like to hear the word no. And I gave both of you all my full court press on getting you to stay on this board. And I told you from the get-go it was the most selfish request I could have. But it was a selfish request for this community and a selfish request for me personally and for this board. I'm honored to serve on this board, and I'm honored to serve with both of y'all. But I highly respect the decisions you're making, and I pray that the next chapter for y'all off the board, that it's restful, and that y'all are happy, and know that you're always welcome, obviously, to come back here and for public comment, or as some previous board members have done. But I don't have the words, but I'm grateful to have been taken under your wings as a new board member, and it's kind of a drowning sensation when you start on the board, drinking from a fire hydrant, and then someone puts another fire hydrant and another fire hydrant. But your calmness and your openness to share what you'd learned in your brief time being on the board when I came in was just invaluable, and I'm grateful. Mr. Williams, I'm going to miss our car rides to trainings together. Maybe you can carpool me sometime just for fun. But again, I could go on, and Mr. Hawksworth hasn't said 1 minute yet, but I'm going to miss y'all being here. You're irreplaceable in my mind, and I thank you for your unwavering commitment to this district. There's so much that happens with this board that people don't see, they don't understand, and that's okay. But I can attest for both of y'all, your commitment to this community, to this district, to these kids, this faculty, administration, sets the bar very high for those replacing you. So again, I wish you nothing but the best, and thank you.
Wow. You know what? The only thing I would add to a very good testament is that the two of you gentlemen have made me a better board member. And I do appreciate and respect you, as everyone has mentioned. I think that Jeff Williams in particular, I really have learned what it means to kind of to listen, maybe more than talk. And you've certainly made me a better board member, and I've really appreciated and enjoyed serving with you. I remember Brad Lowry before, when I was on the board, just before he joined, and he came to clinic and wanted to talk about some issues, and I said, man, if you're so passionate about it, why don't you run for the board? Next thing I know, he did. And it's been a real honor to serve with you, Brad. As everyone has stated, you are a real gentleman and a really strong mind that also does an amazing job of listening and searching for a real answer. So it has been a true pleasure. Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, I had the pleasure of knowing both of you before you ran for the board. I'm sure y'all remember that first election. It was interesting, but wow, what a great result we ended up with. And what am I going to do for the last 6 years on Monday nights and Tuesday nights and Wednesday nights? Remember I told you it was only one meeting a month? So for the last 6 years, we've spent a lot of time together. It's definitely going to be different. As Dr. Bitter said, I think I learned from both of you along the way. As you said, learn how to be a better listener, learn how to listen to everyone. So, our time together, as Sam said, you won't be replaced. You can't be replaced. What you've offered to this board in those 6 years, and how we've grown as a district in those 6 years with your guidance and your input, it can't be replaced. So thank you for all you've done. Thank you, because I know you two guys, thank you for what you're going to continue to do to support this board and support this district. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I know we can count on still seeing you. Please come up here and sit on a Monday night if you would.
Till midnight.
Bring in the pizzas at midnight when we're in here until late in the morning. So again, no, seriously, it's been great, and I wouldn't change it. Just all I can say is thank you. Thank you for your time, your commitment, your family's time and commitment. Second to none. Thank you.
I'm gonna say everything ditto to everybody. Mr. Lowry can also attest to the fact that I did almost beg and plead, so same thing. I mean, it's you guys are going to be a definite loss to this group. I've always appreciated your honesty, your candor. Both of you, with your depth of experience in your chosen fields, have brought so much to this board. And even with all my years in education, I have learned so much from you guys. And your counsel, Brad, has been immeasurable. Jeff, I'm going to miss my seat buddy. I'm going to miss your humor. Sometimes it's been interesting humor, yes. I miss your humor. And I will say that both of you have always had the children of this district first and foremost in your hearts and minds, and it's evident every time we deliberate about something. And your commitment to service to this district, to everyone here, to your fellow board members is immeasurable, and it's second to none. And this board will be dramatically different. I know we'll have new people here, and as I was once new, and we were all once new at some point, but you guys are irreplaceable. It'll never be the same. So thank you.
So I'll try to practice what I've learned from both of you all. I'll be succinct. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your service. You'll be missed. Job well done.
Thank you.
Dr. I could ask you, and Jeff, you may want to go first. Craig is.
Let me go first because you're going to be way more eloquent.
No, go ahead, please.
For sure. It's funny I taught communications because this makes me unbelievably uncomfortable. Anybody that knows me sitting here, I'm squirming for the whole time. Because this is not about me. I appreciate all the kind words, but it's me who should be thanking y'all. Everybody on this board, Dr. Wright, 21 years. Thanks for making that phone call. Because I had no idea where Argyle, America was. I looked it up on a map and I drove up here. And you're underselling Jim Randall's reaction. I'm sure he was really pleased that you found a guy on the internet. So it's been an absolute honor. I've gotten to serve a full 6 years with 3 of y'all. You know, and I appreciate everything. And then, Sam, I won't get started on that, what you said, Richie and Dr. McDade. I appreciate everything. Like I said, I put 2 kids through here, K through 12. They played in 5 state championship games while they're here. Heck, I got a medal. They gave me one from 2005. And then both my kids are going to graduate college in 3 years. So to say, I'm thankful for the way they were prepared and everything that was thrown at them, and even through 2020, my daughter's a pretty tough cookie. And that made her tougher. It's not what we wanted for our kids, but we got through it, and we made sure we weren't going to have another class of kids go through that. And I'm very proud of that, what we did there. Holly and Jack and Abby, it's not easy to be a spouse or a kid of a board member. It's not. And I think Abby had a lot of fun with it. There's no telling what she said, but it's never easy. It's never easy being that. So I want to thank them. And it was really difficult to make this decision because of the people in this room and sitting up here. But I also sleep really well at night because of the people in this room and the people up here. And I know where everybody's heart's at, and we have the best school district in the state of Texas. I'll stand on that hill all day long. Yeah. We have the best administration, the best faculty, we got the best kids, and it shows every year. And we have the best superintendent in this state, I'll tell you that too. So thank you to all of y'all. Like I say, I need to be thanking you, not the other way around, so I appreciate it. One more thing, I'm sorry, I wanted to mention, there's Dr. Jeff Day, Keith White, and a special thank you to Stephen Moore. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I learned what it looked like from Stephen Moore, 100%. So I would be remiss if I did not mention that man's name, because I don't tell him enough, so
I think the last thing Steve said his very last night here, just like you and me, was he looked at the rest of us and said, "Don't make me come back up here." So, I've never forgotten that.
That's exactly what he said.
It's incredible. It's just so gracious what you guys have said. Craig has punched me twice now to say, "Lowry, keep it quick. We need to wrap this up." So I'll try to do that.
I'm not even timing.
18 years ago, my family and I moved out here from Coppell, and remember the very first week, my oldest daughter Bradley was an incoming freshman, went to volleyball camp, did not know a soul, walked in there with tears in her eyes, crying, and then 2 weeks later earned a starting position on the varsity volleyball team as a 13-year-old freshman. And about that same time, one of my other daughters, Lane, was starting 3rd grade. Her favorite all-time teacher happened to be Holly Williams. And her first day in that class, she met a boy who is now her husband. And all 4 of mine, as Dr. Wright said, have graduated from Argyle High School. From that first point when we moved out here, really until I would say almost tonight. It's been a chapter for our family where we have just been incredibly involved. You know, I've coached every sport. I've coached sports I don't even know anything about. I've been the team mom of a group before. You know, my wife worked for many years there, volunteered many years before that. If I don't look at some of you guys, it's because I'm going to tear up if I do. So. But it's just been an incredible ride for us. Throughout that whole time, I would like to think that I was a big supporter of the administration, of the board, but in particular of the administrators, the teachers, the coaches, and the directors. I've always viewed myself that way, but until I got on this board, I really had no idea the extent of what you guys do. I mean, the devotion, the commitment, the dedication, the work ethic, the creativity, the love of your job, the countless hours, the professionalism. It's just been overwhelming to me to get to sit in this chair and see what you guys and those who work with you and for you do. I think it all starts with Dr. Wright, and I'll get to that in just a moment, but you guys make it happen, and you do it every day, and that's probably the single thing I take away from this board as much as anything else, other than my absolute respect for all these people right here, as well as you guys, is how hard you work and how dedicated you are to what you do, and how that permeates down to the people who work for you. It's just so evident sitting here, and my hat's off to all you guys. You make it work. We do have the best school district in the state of Texas, and it really is because of you. So thank you so much to everyone. The folks, city, boy, my fellow board members, it has been an honor and a privilege of a lifetime. Didn't intend to do this. It really has, but the thing that allows me to sleep at night, as Jeff said, is because I've got mixed feelings about this. I feel like I've been in the foxhole with these folks, and we deliberate, we cover issues and make hard decisions, but I feel like we have done it, my time on the board, in a very respectful way. I think we've done it the right way, and this board, I believe Scott Gibson said earlier, it's one of the best boards he's ever seen in Argyle. I can't compare it to boards before I was there, but I think it's been outstanding, and it's not because of me, maybe a tiny part, and Jeff, but it's because of everybody up here. I mean, each one of these people brings something really special, unique, and very helpful and important to the board, and I've got every confidence in the world. The nucleus is right here. Jeff and I are not going to be back after tonight, but these folks will. And rest assured, you've got an outstanding nucleus of a board here. I'm totally confident we're going to have some good people that will sit in these seats and go forward. So I just thank you guys for allowing me to be your colleague and friend. Dr. Wright. You know, we live in a time when there's a lot of instability in the administration of school districts. If you look around, superintendents don't seem to last long. There's a lot of turnover at that position. And, I mean, Dallas, Fort Worth, you name the districts. There's 24 districts who have lost their superintendent just in the last year. And it's because they can't stand the stress, or the board decides they haven't done a good job and they make changes. Some people use it as stepping stones to other positions. We have not ever had that problem in Argyle since I have been here. We've had the steadiest of steady hands at the wheel, and we're so incredibly fortunate to have what we've had in that chair. And I mean, I could go on all night. I think it's time we wrap this up and get on to business tonight. We still do have a board meeting to conduct. But Dr. Wright, I just can't thank you enough for what you have meant to this district, what I hope you will continue to mean for this district for a long time. Mr. Slayton, this is not an agenda item, but I'm going to say it anyway. I believe a future board, hopefully sooner rather than later, should consider naming the new administration building, the Talena Wright Administration Building, and or one of these new schools that we have coming down the pike. I cannot think of a situation in any community anywhere where that is more deserving and appropriate. I would like to see it done. I believe a lot of people would like to see it done, and so as I said, it's not for us to talk about it anymore tonight, but I just throw that out there. I believe it's deserved. But thank you all for allowing me to be a part of this. I'll be there rooting for you along the way. Go Eagles! And my only regret, I guess, is that in all this time, I never did memorize that darn Texas flag. Didn't get it again tonight. So.
That's why that piece of paper was there. That's why the paper is there. Don't spill it.
That's why we have a teleprompter.
Hey, Brad,
I never heard you get it
need to
wrong.
sit over here because it's on the wall.
It's the commas that throw you off.
Yeah.
It's all the spaces.
So I learned from Steve Moore to sit over here. I can see that.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, one more round of applause, please. All right, we now have a public forum, and Mr. Justin Ford, you could follow that up.
I picked this night.
So,
I'm the only one in the room tonight to not say thank you to you guys, so thank you. So, want to make sure I start with that.
So, Mr. Hawksworth is going to keep your time. You have 5 minutes to speak. He'll let you know when you have 1 minute left.
Excellent.
According to our legal policy, we will not be making any comments, asking any questions.
Perfect.
That when you're ready to start, go right ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple quick comments, I guess, some notes about the demographics report you guys are going to talk about later. I was looking at it earlier and saw just a few things on a couple of slides that look like either inaccuracies or just data that's not adding up quite right. So I want to point that out before you guys have your discussion later on that. On a couple of the slides, it talks about vacant developed lots and futures. It shows the top 10 subdivisions, and the totals at the bottom really only add up the first 5. So if you guys are making decisions or anything based on that, take a look at those numbers. They haven't been adding up right the last 3 times it's been shown. So the demographer needs to correct that. You guys need to at least point it out. A couple of the other slides, some reference First Ranch or Flower Mound Ranch now, and some don't. So just maybe making that clearer for people who do look at it. We're making bond decisions and high school planning decisions based on that too. So just having that data clear cut for everybody would be helpful, I think. I guess really at a high level, my main comments on the data from every 6 months that it comes out, it's obviously increasing, right, based on new data they find out and things like that. But I mean, just 4 months ago, y'all made a decision about zoning for the new elementary schools and how that's going to work out and trying to plan for a couple years out. The numbers for elementary school went from like 2,400 and some change to like another 170, 180 between fall, and spring. So that's a pretty good jump just in 6 months to have that much fluctuation. So I imagine it makes your decision making more difficult, obviously, if you're looking out even further than that. Some of the numbers even into like 2030, 2031 school year. Just a year ago it had like 9,400 total students listed, and now it's over 11,000. So if you're making a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, anything like that, being off by 15, 20% is obviously significant, even from year to year. So just something to take a look at, because it doesn't add up. Like I said, every 6 months or so. And if you have these committees looking at, how do we plan the schools out? Where do we zone the kids? There's a lot riding on those decisions and the data. So really that's all I'm kind of getting at is looking at, the growth and the planning and all that stuff is complex enough as it is. So I encourage you guys to really take a look at the data, ask the hard questions tonight, and make sure that what you're looking at is accurate so that you guys can make accurate decisions and every committees make accurate decisions moving forward. Yeah, that's really all I have to say. Just wanted to kind of point that out to you guys, and I hope you ask some good questions on that later. And again, thanks again for your service and everything, and best of luck. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Yes, on the speaker. Right, on the consent agenda. See when you have any questions on any of the items on the consent agenda.
Only question I had was, part of the consent agenda was the Apple purchase, Greg, and I was wondering why that was part of the consent agenda. Is $100,000 because it's not a motion yet, or why is that?
We had a discussion about that and decided collectively to go ahead and put it there because it is a yearly process that we're doing. It's just simply the practice of the addition of new positions every single year. It's not anything out of the ordinary that we normally do, and we always have to come back, so we're trying to expedite that for a normal process.
Okay.
For every new,
new
professional
hires.
hire.
So it's for new hires across the district,
Yeah.
but obviously driven mainly by
Professional, yes,
a
teachers.
campus opening. Yeah.
So how do those get rolled into the replacement cycle?
So it's not as pretty. What ends up happening if we, let's say, 10 of those people are at high school, when we refresh high school, we can bring those in and then use those as additional devices once we clean them up to deploy as needed or as replacement devices for devices that can't be repaired. There's always an ongoing need for those types, and so they always get used.
Or remind me if our replacement cycles, are they based on campus or grade?
Campus, 5-year replacement cycles, and of course that is going to change as we are building more campuses.
Yeah.
So we're not gonna at some point be able to do one per year, which is what we've been able to do in the past.
Any other questions on the consent items? I'm going to read donations. So April donations from AEBC, $2,480 for the FY22 football team for nets and equipment. Anonymous donor of $5,000 for the AHS Challenge Day Club to be used for leadership training. Total April donations, $7,480. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Mr. Hawksworth, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Williams, second. Any further discussion and questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to our construction report.
Good evening.
Can you give us an update on the Flower Mountain Council?
Sure. I'd been watching the council meeting leading up to this, so they took a little break and came back to start the public hearing portion at 8 o'clock. And they had 63 people submit cards to speak. So I don't think we're gonna know until well after
Yeah,
10
they're-
o'clock.
They're voting on the warehouses.
And
the
they give
council.
everybody their minutes, so it's, I think, 3 minutes apiece. So we're looking at probably 3 hours worth of
Oh, they
speaking
gave
if
them
they.
3 minutes?
I think they do.
Okay.
And they don't give them a limit, I don't believe.
Okay.
So we'll continue to watch that.
Okay,
later.
thank you.
You bet. So we'll start with our South Elementary update. Major activities, we've got a lot of irrigation and landscaping going in now. We've got trees on site. Some of the sod has started to show up. In the back of the building, they have started putting up the playgrounds and the shade structures. So in this slide, you can see here will be the lower grade level playground, and then over here is the higher grade level playground. So they've already poured the concrete around those since this photo was taken. Some of the playground equipment's already installed, so that is progressing very quickly. On the building side, this past month, into March, they flew all the rooftop units up with a helicopter. I believe it was 26th of March when they did that. That was successful. Took about 4 hours to fly 86 units up there. They are installing exterior metal wall panels, which are scattered around the building in different areas. In the back, this photo, you can see the large structural steel canopy, which is being installed. For comparison, at West, that's the one on 15th Street on the back of the school. They are almost 100% on masonry veneer now around the entire building. On the inside, continuing to chase trades through from A through D. So these photos here we're looking at is areas A and B. So they've already got first coat of finished paint on all the walls in the office, the cafeteria, and even the first half or so of the classroom wing, 2 floors. Got ceramic tile has been installed, ceiling grid is installed, fixtures are dropped. So it's progressing nicely, all while area D is just now getting walls framed and sheetrock going on. Our milestone dates that we're tracking, so we've made it past building dry-in, which they did get to right at the end of March, and we're still on track for that substantial completion in July, probably mid to late July, but it's tracking very well. We have had a couple of things happen in the last couple of weeks. Some materials have been delayed a little bit, so we've already come up with some solutions to work around that. Some of those we've already implemented and started doing. Others don't have the lead time involved, so we're going to wait and see if these materials do come with enough time. But if not, we've got a plan in place, and we'll pull the trigger to implement that before it gets to be too late. So I don't anticipate any delays moving in the building over this. It's just we may have to do some temporary work and then come back and put the real finish on later.
How's the elevator inspection going?
Yeah.
The elevator is due to arrive in May. So they know somebody with the company, so we've talked about it several times. So we're planning for a smooth elevator installation. Planning for it. Anything else? No? Okay. The administration building is progressing nicely. If anyone's been by there, the fences are down. The site has been graded. They've got the irrigation going in. Some trees, maybe even some sod will show up this week. So this photo is looking toward the front of the building. So you can see they've got the parking lot pretty well clean. They've started the striping in this particular photograph, and well on the way to getting this ready to turn over. Inside, here we're looking at the kitchen area up in the front of the building. This is where student nutrition Amy will prepare the meals, and Tiffany. So we've got the cabinets in, flooring is in, all the finishes on, just needs final clean and appliances. The metal roofing is about 98% complete with all the trim work now and all the metal fascias. There are just a few trim pieces left on that. Inside the building, we've got all the ceilings complete, boardroom, offices, 100%. All the paving has been poured, and dumpsters complete, gates are hung, and they're doing the finished paint on those outside items right now. Very little left to do. Inside, they're doing final clean this week, getting all their building finals. So from a building standpoint, it should be very near 100% this week to start getting ready to move in. However, the city requires landscaping to be done first before they issue the CO, and we're going to try to get the full CO from them this time before we move in. So that's the goal here. But the building itself should be all but ready this week. Furniture is scheduled for next week to be delivered Wednesday and installed through Thursday, Friday. And our earliest move date would be the first week of May. We haven't set that in stone yet, but that would be the earliest date.
Yeah, probably. 2 questions. Lighting in the parking lot?
Yes, we have some.
Okay. Am I not seeing it? Yet.
In this photograph,
Is it, yeah, those are outside, but okay.
I'm not seeing the poles in this photograph, but they are standing. They came and did all the photometric study.
Okay.
Well, actually, I believe they're doing it tonight.
Okay.
So they are all standing and working.
And then one just out of the box question. In the future, is there any room or how this has been built for expansion?
Yes, we
Okay.
have planned expansion on the back side, so over here towards Denton Creek
Okay.
would be where we'd expand the building.
Okay. Did the architect already show plans on that?
We
or
haven't
not?
even done a
But
schematic on
it's
it, but that was the
possible.
concept when we started, is that's where the
Okay.
addition would go when that would happen.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Wright, you have your report.
I'll start with my report, and then is that demographic report's got the whole packet in it? Can you open it up and see if it's got the whole packet? Because I picked just a few things. Okay, it's got the whole packet. That's good. Okay. All right, let's start with my report first, and then I'll go to the demographic report. Okay. We do have the election coming up May the 7th, and that is a huge election for Argyle ISD because of the bond and the 2 new board members. Andrew Herring and Matthew Slayton placed 6, and Nicholas Reynolds and Josh Westrom placed 7. We did have a candidate forum that Cross Timbers Gazette hosted at the high school, and all 4 of the candidates participated in that. And then I know that we've had many views of the forum on the YouTube channel, so I believe that the forum has gotten the ideas and thoughts of those 4 candidates out to the public. So if anybody's asking you, continue to tell them that they can watch that on the YouTube channel. So I do appreciate Max Miller and Bob Weir for hosting that there at the high school. The bond is $267,885,000 for, and we do have it in 3 propositions, A, B, and C. Proposition A includes the 3 schools, B includes the stadium, and C the IAC. There have been numerous bond presentations at our campuses for our parents and for our booster clubs. Band boosters, athletic boosters. We did have one at Harvest Hall. In addition to the campuses, and all of our staff on all of our campuses have heard the presentation. Coaches had a presentation also. We do have 2 more presentations. Lions is tomorrow night, the local Lions Club And then on Sunday, the 24th, PTA and PTO will have a presentation. I do want to point out a few things about when, let's see here, when we are supposed to post. There have been a few questions about that, but when we have something like a ceremony or when we have something like a candidate forum, we're not required to post meetings. So that's why that was Cross Timbers meeting anyway, but we're not required to post. We'll have training for new board members just as soon as the new board members are sworn in at the May meeting. Then we'll start setting up times in late May for them to have training. There are lots of things that their training will include. They'll be trained on the Open Meetings Act. They'll be trained on the ethics associated with the board. They'll be trained on finance, on HR, on curriculum, on facilities, all of those things. There's a learning curve for people who haven't served on the board as far as school law and as far as all of the functions of the school district. We do have 5 strategies in the district that we operate off of and action steps associated with each one of those. I do have some things that I want to hit on the demographic report, but we'll get to that in a minute. Also, right now at South Elementary, we have 25 qualifying students and 58 that are asking to come as tuition students. We won't be able to accommodate all of those, but tonight I'm bringing a recommendation to the board to approve a 3rd pre-K class. We'll put 20 in each class and we'll have 8 qualifiers and then 12 that are tuition paying in each of the three classes. So you may say, well, what are you talking about with qualifiers? We're talking about students that are economically disadvantaged and they qualify for the half-day state program, or we're talking about students who are English language learners, emergent bilingual learners, or we're talking about students who have military parents. So those are for qualifiers. So that will be coming to the board tonight. AISD is hosting an emergency preparedness summit on the 23rd of April, starting at 9 o'clock. There'll be people out there with emergency vehicles and things by 8 o'clock. It teaches not just businesses or institutions or entities, but families as well, how to prepare for emergencies. And Michael Burgess is actually coming. It's his emergency preparedness summit, and he's going to be there. And Chief Kearney is coming back from Colorado to speak. He's one of the speakers there. And Chief Collins is running the overall organization of it along with Pam Arrington. So we're very appreciative for that. We do have graduation on the 19th at 6 o'clock. We're thrilled to be back at the University of North Texas at the Coliseum after having been at the Texas Motor Speedway and having been at Gaylord. Both of those were good and accomplished what we wanted to accomplish as far as the public recognition of our students, but we're really glad to be back at UNT. They do so much for us there, and they have things really smooth and ready to go. All board members will be wearing full regalia. We have the sizes on the people who've been on the board, the heights. It's really a height thing. We'll get the heights on the new people as soon as we know who they are. You'll have the same kind of parking that you've had in the past. The UNT security will be in charge of that. The well is going to be vacating the middle school after April. They've been our renters for several years, and they wish to invite all of you board members to their final day at middle school, which is April 24th. And they want to say thank you to the Argyle Board, and they want to recognize you at that service. So if you can go at 9:15 on Sunday the 24th, Matthew Harding would really like to appreciate and to show appreciation to you and honor you. And also, I know that Mr. King and Mr. Gibson and I have also been invited to come there because they have been very good renters, but they also feel like that we have been good landlords. So this is strictly to thank and recognize you. We're having monumental success with band, with choir, with Majestics, with cheer, with athletics. Just very quickly, we're in first place for the Lone Star Cup. Tennis, District 7 4A champions. Girls golf, we're taking the first team and the second team. They're in Lubbock. They will be, both teams qualified for the Region 1 meet in Lubbock. So both of them, first and second team. Boys golf, Argyle Black, they were the district champions, and Argyle Red got third. So Argyle Black went to Region, and they're there right now. And then Ray Caleb qualified as a medalist. Track, we had something really fantastic happen in district track. We won varsity girls, varsity boys, JV girls, and JV boys. So that's a very impressive. Baseball's 8-0 in district, and softball's 10-0 in district. Girls soccer got all the way to the regional finals, and they were very close to their first trip ever to the state tournament in soccer, but they lost to Midlothian Heritage 2-1 in regulation. Boys soccer lost in overtime penalty kicks to Diamond Hill in the area round. So we've really had a lot of success.
Before you get into that,
Okay.
I've got something on the agenda.
Okay.
I've got to read my part. All right. Before we get into the demographic report, so we're required by law to read our training as board members. So putting it into record. So under State Board of Education rule, completing required continuing education each year of service is a basic obligation, expectation of any sitting board member. As board president, I'm required to announce the name of each member and whether or not they've met, exceeded, or are deficient in their required trainings as a board member. So, Dr. Leona McDade has exceeded the required continuing education. Mr. Jeff Williams has exceeded the required continuing education. Mr. Richie Deffenbaugh has completed the required continuing education. Mr. Brad Lowry has completed the required continuing education. Mr. Craig Hawksworth has exceeded the required continuing education. Dr. John Bitter has completed the required continuing education. And I, Sam Slayton, have exceeded the required continuing education. There we go.
Thank
Into
you.
record.
Okay, so we'll go to the demographic report. We get 2 updates on the demographic report every year. Zonda is the demographer. It used to be Templeton, but Templeton joined up with Zonda. And then Trent Smith is our researcher. So we're gonna go through this pretty fast because Trent is coming back, and Trent's going to do a workshop for the board. You can see here the local economic conditions. You can see February 21 and February 22, and you can see how much lower the unemployment rate is since last year. Local economic conditions. Most of you probably remember that there was a big meeting for Harvest Town Center over there at 377, and the preliminary plat was outlined at Argyle P&Z in January of 22. It's 66.67 acres. It's at the northwest corner of 35 and 407. And it's mixed use development, including a grocer, but they keep the name of the grocer relatively quiet. The retail, restaurant. There's going to be a Chick-fil-A there, and multifamily section, and that's where we get 400 apartments from. Then this tells you some very interesting things. How much this has grown from 2010 to 2020 as far as the population, the households, the district population below age 18 has grown almost 146% during that time, and the district household size. Then the housing trends, you can see how much the average price is increasing very, very rapidly, and what the median price is in Denton County. Then historical home sales, you can see in prior years there were times when that was flat, but look at what has happened in 18, 19, 20, and 21, the growth there. The home price analysis, you can look and see what the average new home and what the existing home was in 2010 and follow it all the way down to 21. The average new home right now in 21, we're in 22, but 21's the latest statistic, $532,982, an existing home $522,720. So the average new home sale price has doubled since 2010, and the existing home price has increased by nearly 43% in the last 11 years. So monumental increases in value. New home activity. This is one of the most, I want to say, amazing slides, but it's amazing in a phenomenal growth way. Look at the blue is the annual starts and the green is the annual closings, and in 21 there were 962 starts in 21, and when you add up all the quarters, that was the highest ever. And closings in 21, the highest ever, 580 closings. So you can see the numbers there. This is the closings are distributed over these 5 subdivisions: Harvest, Canyon Falls, The Ridge, Waterbrook, and Trailwood. Then vacant developed lots distribution, there are 10 of those, and you can see which ones of the developments are listed there. Then future lots distribution, again, same thing, you can study that. The only thing that's been approved on First Ranch is that first 500 plus 1 acre lots. Nothing else has been approved by P&Z or council. Then this is by elementary zone, Southwest and Hilltop. And then the district housing overview. We have 19 actively building subdivisions, and there are 13 future subdivisions in the district, and groundwork is underway on 1,263 lots within 5 subdivisions. So keep rolling. The Ridge, on every one of these, I'm not going to read these, but you can see how many total lots, how many future lots, how many vacant, undeveloped, how many people are already living there. Ridge has 109 already occupied. Harvest has 1309 already occupied. Canyon Falls, 750 occupied, and then 244 future and 127 vacant developed. So there's still lots going on in Harvest and in Canyon Falls and Trailwood too. Then Argyle Crossing, Waterbrook, both on there. Future residential activity, Glenwood Meadows, Vintage Village. And then we get down to Hilltop Estates with 17 future lots. And then the TEA transfer report, and you might say, well, where are we getting transfers from? Well, these are our staff students that we've got transferred. If they're employees, full-time employees get to bring their children. So that's what you see here in terms of the transfers. And then there's some transfers out to other districts. Some of the places around here do take transfers, and so maybe you live here but your parent works in Denton or something like that, and you go to Denton with your parents. So you can see transfers out 176, and then transfers in exceeded that. Here's the 10-year forecast by grade level. Very, very important. One of the biggest things on this biggest facts, we're not doubling in 6 years anymore, we're doubling in 5 years. So that was monumental, that we were doubling in 5 years. That was a huge, huge change. Okay, keep rolling. This is the 10-year forecast by campus level, where you get down to by 32, you're at almost 12,000 in the district by then. And then the key takeaways, we had record home sales in 2020, 47% of which were new home transactions. Annual starts in 21 more than doubled the annual starts of 2020. The district has over 970 lots available to build on, with nearly 6,900 additional lots in the planning stages. The groundwork is underway on more than 1,260 lots that will impact the district in the next 1 to 2 years. Transfers into the district increased by more than 36% since 2021. Now that's really because we have more employees. That's really what that's about. The district is forecast to enroll nearly 8,000 by 26-27 and more than 11,800 by 31-32. So that gives you some idea. Again, this is just very quick and an overview, and Trent Smith will be coming and doing a board workshop and going into this in depth once we get the new board members.
Will Trent be able to break down like that map with the projections by various quadrants, various sections?
Yes, yes.
What we have right now doesn't make sense because the south we kind of force fit the ridges in the south, but now he's basically projecting that out forever.
Well,
so we want to be able to change quadrants.
Yes,
he can do that.
Every student has a dot, which is a geocode, and yes, he can.
Okay.
The same way when you all were looking at the different ways you could zone those 3 elementaries, he can do the very same thing for what you want to see, yes.
Can he also, I know you're talking about the 500 homes, and that's all that's been approved right now at the Flower Mound Ranch. So he may not have any other further numbers by the time he comes and speaks to us, but can he give us an idea or pull them out so we know each year what he's projecting from First Ranch to come in?
Yes, he's done some of that, but
that
yes.
that he can show us?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He generally feels like that a lot of the multifamily will only have a 0.15 yield.
Well, what's been approved is actually not multifamily, right?
Right.
No, it's
single.
single, it's what's called SF-E, single family estate,
Yeah.
SF-E.
And they're 1 acre lots.
Right, 1 acre estate lots. Okay, anything else on this demographic report? I think if
we
you
have a
don't take
date?
anything else away, take away that we're doubling in 5 years, not 6. Okay.
All right. There's the budget update.
Okay. So this is, we had a brief look at the budget last month, so we could go over the tax rate that we're estimating for next year, and this has a little bit more information. We'll have, get additional information on the May update, and then we'll have a workshop. I believe it's like the 24th or 25th is the tentative date, and later in May, that we'll get into a lot more detail on the budget for next year. But this just gives you some ideas of what we're planning. So the budget calendar I've just kind of circled or kind of highlighted there where we're at on a budget update. We'll do an update at each board meeting. At the end of this month is when we're scheduled to get our first look at the property values for next year. And then we are supposed to get certified values on July 25th. And then tentatively, we'll have schedule our public hearing and for the budget adoption and tax rate at the normal August meeting. Just a reminder of some key budget factors that we always have. Of course, our enrollment and attendance, property values, the tax rate, formula transition grant, which we've talked about the last couple of years and we're going to continue to talk about. This is something that I want y'all to see every time we go over the budget, because this has some possible big implications for us for the next few years. And then some federal funds, what we still have remaining in the ESSER funds. Okay, for our enrollment and attendance, you just had the updated demographic report. We're estimating that 12.8%, and as you know, we're funded on a per student basis on the actual attendance, not the enrollment. But we take that estimated enrollment and we back into an attendance. So what effect has COVID-19 had, and what will it continue to possibly have on that attendance rate? It's something that we were having discussions in our administrative meetings, and can we still continue to budget at what we've always budgeted at, a 96.5% attendance rate? Because historically, as a district, we've come in right at that or a little bit better. And if we plan on that and we come in lower, then that can have a negative impact on our budget. And what we're seeing this year, we're in a year where at the first part of the first 4-6 weeks, we still had some COVID absences and we had some quarantine going on. And so we had some lower attendance rates. So can we go back to the 96.5% estimate of our pre-COVID years, or do we need to look at possibly lowering that just a little bit for our future? Right now, what we're using is a 96.5, but we're still talking about that. Is that something, and I know we'll need to get into that in our budget workshop that we have in May, is what do we think the possibility of is actually meeting that attendance rate? Because that is a big factor in our budget. And then TEA did announce some hold harmless funding for 21-22, and we'll get into that in more detail on our budget amendment, which is an action item later. But just some information that keeps being brought out is we're getting hold harmless again this year. We received it for the last 2 years this year, but don't expect anything after this. That from here on out, you need to budget based on what you truly feel is going to be the attendance based on your enrollment. All right, so taxable assessed value. So Denton Central Appraisal District should issue some preliminary data at the end of April. We also have a statewide homestead exemption increase is on the May election, and so that should go from $25,000 to $40,000 if approved by the voters. And so we'll have to take that into consideration when we're doing all of our estimates. And I believe that some information we've received, we're hoping to get. We've done our own estimates, but we're hoping that on what is sent out by the appraisal district, that they also give us what they feel like their estimates are on the change in that value, because that will play a factor in trying to come up with our overall funding. Just a reminder, and this is something that we've had on the past couple of years, and we'll update this with next year when we get our first look at values. But this just kind of gives you, in the blue is prior year certified values. We're starting with 15-16 up through 21-22. The red is value growth, and then the green is new taxable value. So you can see the trend, which follows along with those housing starts and the increase in the average home cost that was in that information in the demographer's report. And you can see how our overall property value has grown significantly over the last few years. Some of it being, or quite a bit of it being new homes that have come in. And then there's, again, the value growth, the increase in the average home that's in our area.
Won't taxable value, when does the homestead exemption go into effect?
It would be in effect for this coming, what we're estimating for coming in.
That happens when that taxable value go down significantly. I mean, it's $15,000 difference, right?
It's a $15,000 difference on each registered homestead. But it would, in what we're estimating, no, we're thinking that our value, our additional value that's added to the rolls and value increase on there will still have us in a significant increase of the from year to year, not individual to individual, but year to year. So we know how many, we know what that exemption has been in the past. We have that amount per year, and so we've kind of taken a total of that based on the percentage of that based on the total overall value. You've been able to back into what the additional 15,000 would be, and then estimate that out on growth.
So you have a number, or you have a percentage of the total properties that are homesteaded?
So I'm doing it the way we first backed into the first look that we're using is I took the percentage that the homestead exemption total dollar amount is of the total taxable appraised value, and I've taken that value, that historical value over the last several years, and estimated that out based on an average that number is of the total value, and backed into what the increase would be and added that in.
So what you're basically saying is our value will go up, it may just not go up as much as it would have.
Right, your individual values based on each individual home, but as far as the overall district value, we're still estimating an increase because we do have quite a few new properties that are on there. New properties alone.
That'll offset
right.
the new exemption.
The 40%, the 40,000, yeah.
So again, we'll get our first look at the end of this month. I believe we're supposed to get it sent out April 29th or April 30th from the appraisal district, and we'll be able to compare that with what we've been estimating. Okay, this is just a snapshot from our bond information that we'd sent out. I thought it was a pretty good look at how the tax rate, what the potential tax rate would be with the voter approval on the bond or without the voter approval. Because it does lay it out for you. We don't have, or we cannot adjust the M&O without having a different election, which we have not called for next year and aren't discussing calling for next year. And so we're looking at just the compression there from House Bill 3. And so this is the estimated compression going from 91.5 cents down to 0.8976 cents. And then the INS rate, and that's where we get the main differences with voter approval on the bond or without voter approval on the bond, the difference of $0.015, and what that total could be. So, and I know y'all have seen this in all of the bond presentations too, and y'all followed this data, but it's very little change with voter approval, a small decrease, and a little bit bigger of a decrease without voter approval on the overall tax rate. Okay, the tax rate timeline. So we actually don't set the tax rate until either August or September, but we have to hit a few key dates first. So there's a local property value study that is due, that we must send in to TEA by August 1st. We cannot send that in until we get our certified values from the appraisal district, which we're supposed to get those on July 25th. So we have a short turnaround time. And then TEA is required to make what's called the maximum compressed rate available back to us by August 5th. And we cannot proceed with publishing our tax notice in the newspaper until we get that back from TEA. And then that has to be in the paper so many days ahead of the meeting. So that's what may make we may or may not make that regular August meeting. This year we may have to do either a special meeting, or we could look at what we've done some years in the past and approve the budget in August and approve the tax rate in September, which some municipalities and school districts do. So that's just kind of a reminder on the time frame there, and why we may, because it is a little bit tighter time frame this time than what we've had in the past of making that August meeting. Okay, formula transition grant. Just a reminder, this came out of House Bill 3. 23-24 is the last year of funding. Currently, we're estimating $3.9 million for our district in 21-22. Then they came back in with House Bill 1525 out of the last legislative session, and it put a statewide limit per year. So there's a total dollar limit for the entire state on the formula transition grant, and then if the total amount allotted goes beyond that, then you get a proration. And so right now the current estimate is 90% proration for 21-22, and that could change once they get all the final data in, and we may not know that change until next year, but we have to estimate that, and we're using information that's given to us by the state to estimate that.
And so what happens after, 23-24?
So this is just a little snippet of our summary of finance when we're figuring our data and estimating out over the years. Our current template that's available to us goes out through 25-26 years. The other program line, which is highlighted there, is where we see our formula transition grant come into that. And as you can see, the drop off between 23-24 and 24-25, the majority of the money in that other programs is formula transition grant for our district. Every district is different. Every district is unique. Some districts have formula transition grants still. Some districts do not. Some are growing in formula transition grant, and some are working their way out of formula transition grant. We happen to be growing in that. And one of our state organizations has some resources there, and we were able to speak with some of them, help us look over the data, make sure we're interpreting this right, and seeing that yes, it looks like that you are growing in that. Well, they helped me with redoing a few of our numbers, but in overall, just mainly just going, yes, that is the correct interpretation. If the data that we're providing is accurate, which it's all estimates based on future years on student data and taxable value and taxes collected. So again, this is an important thing for us in the next few years. It's going to be important for us in the next legislative session. There's one legislative session before this goes into effect. There are some other districts that are in our same situation in the state that could be a large percentage of their budget. Some it's very small, even if they still have it. If you're working off a $100 million budget and the amount for your district may be $50,000, it's not significant for us. By the time we get to that year, we're probably looking at more like a $60 million budget, and $5.6 million, that's still a significant part of that budget. So we're going to continue to follow this. We're going to continue to talk to some different areas around the state, and we need to be vocal with our representatives about how this affects our district. So we'll continue to look at it and go on it, but I just wanted y'all to see this every time we look at this. And these numbers change. Every time we change a little number of students of what we're estimating, just like we got the updated demographic data, went back in there and changed all of our numbers, and we look at these. So it is a moving target, and the closer we get to that moving target, the more accurate our data is. But I just wanted you to see the trend and the fact that this is a funding cliff. And there's some other articles around the state if you follow information that's published about Texas schools, and there's been some articles in the paper lately across the state about this funding cliff and how it's impacting their local districts as well. So, all right, federal funding and ESSER, just kind of a recap of what we've had. 1920, we had ESSER 1, completely supplanted in state funding. We didn't have a choice in that. 2021, we had ESSER 2, again, completely supplanted in state funding, not another choice for our district in that. ESSER 3, 21-22, we had about just under $380,000. We are spending all that this year, and any of those ongoing costs we need to recoup back into our general fund for next year. And if y'all remember, the plan that we presented back in the fall had us using some of these for ongoing costs, and we had a budget amendment early on, I want to say October time frame, that helped actually balance our budget and go into the surplus for this year on M&O using some of our ESSER funds. ESSER supplemental was broken down originally into a 2-year time frame, 21-22 and 22-23. You can spend it at any time, during that time frame, but they do break it down in amounts per year. So it's and it's adjusted. It started out just around $1 million for us. It's now they're estimating around 1.1 million for each of those years. And so I know we kind of had some plans on that, and we are relooking at those plans, and should hopefully have something back to you in the future months about revising that plan. Thank you. Okay, personnel.
So, I'm sorry, can we go back to that for a second?
Sure.
I know there are certain things you can and you can't use that money for.
That's correct.
What was the plan originally to pay for the E3 controls scenario we were doing? Was that coming out of bond, or was that coming out of savings from the E3 plan itself?
E3, I believe the initial cost was bond, but there are some potential future savings on that.
Yeah, I remember that part, but
right.
Is there a time frame that you have to spend this by or lose it?
For the ESSER funding? Yes, there are timeframes with each one of these. There's the application process that we had to meet, and then there is a limit of when. Some of them you could do pre-award costs because there were tight timeframes. Some of them, I think you had to start with once you had the grant approval, and each one may be a little different. I'd have to go back in there and look at each one of them. But E3 would be something that we could look at with. And I don't remember the total cost of that project off the top of my head. So ESSER 3 was a 20% requirement in learning loss. ESSER supplemental is 62.5% of each year.
Required to learning loss?
To learning loss. And if you'll remember, so our district is receiving ESSER supplemental because we received very little in any of the other ESSER funds, and the state came back and there were just a little over 100 districts that got very little in ESSER funding, and they came back and said, okay, well, let's make an ESSER supplemental, and here's you a little bit of funding. You know, it's not much compared to what the other districts received, but it's still a little bit more. Everybody else had ESSER 1, 2, and 3, and 3 had that tied 20% learning loss, and they came out and said, well, now we'll give you the supplemental, but oh, by the way, it's 62.5% learning loss. So we have a little more restriction than what some of the other districts have that just got most of their funds in ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. So there would be some, we'd have to go back and check some numbers and what would fit into that.
I just was curious if it made sense to pay for it with that, but I didn't realize there was 62%.
There is on
required
ESSER
spend
supplemental.
For both years.
For both years.
So does that mean we might not be able to use all of it?
No, we can use it. I'm just we'd have to check on. He's asking about E3, right?
Yeah.
You have to put it where it qualifies. 62%
has to go to in a certain bucket.
Right. So it's not that the E3 system.
Oh, okay.
We're not saying it wouldn't qualify for the grant, but
Yeah.
would it qualify in the dollar amount that we have?
It qualifies. It just is
Right.
a matter of
the amount.
Is the 40% each year enough to cover it?
Right.
To not pay for it out of bond money.
Right.
But I know y'all had other plans for it anyway. So.
We do, and I believe we've gone back and relooked at that and are preparing something to bring back to you in either May or June with a finalized plan on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, personnel. Just the reason we talk about personnel is because in a school district, personnel is generally around 80% of a school district budget. So it's the largest percent of the overall budget, and y'all understand, I know, that with increased enrollment, we have increased staffing. You've already approved quite a few new FTEs for next year, and I'm sure we probably aren't done at this point as those continue to develop of increasing FTEs for next year. There are potential pay increases every year that we look at, and so our Human Resource Department with Mr. Daniel will be looking at bringing that to you, recommendation to you in either the May or June board meeting. Okay, some other budget considerations that we're looking at is substitute staffing. There's some systems and some ways that you can get into hopefully increasing our substitute staffing, our percentages that are filled every day, so that takes some relief off of our current staff that are having to fill in the gap where that's we're falling short on our substitute staffing, and that is something that Mr. Daniel's department is looking at, and he will have probably a recommendation to you in the next couple of months on something there. Custodial costs, because we are adding facilities, utilities for those new facilities, and then our campus and department budget requests, which we're working through. They're developing right now, and then we also always look at our 5-year plans that they bring into what have they requested for next year, what have they requested that may or may not can fit in. So that's kind of where we're at the budget this time. Again, we'll get into it a lot. We'll have better numbers in the May update because we'll have our first look at the property values, and then we'll go into a lot more detail on our budget workshop towards the end of May. So.
This will save me asking this question repeatedly over the next 30 minutes. Have you already kind of put in your budget, 1, the wage increases, and then 2, some of these additional staffing? Is that already put into your budget that we can?
Yes, sir. So we track the staffing as it's approved and what else we may be discussing.
Okay.
And then we have, we kind of keep I have an estimate of, how much revenue we're projecting.
Yeah.
And then we've got all our standard costs, and then we project any type of increase in there. Things that we don't have definite cost on yet are things that people are requesting, like campus requests that may come from a campus search department that we're still working through. Anything else, we've already put some pencils in. It's a work in progress, but we've got any FTE that's been approved at this point is already penciled in.
how about the ones that are wanting to be approved tonight? Is it-
Anything that's brought
so
to
that's
you.
already kind of
Yes.
Yes, sir.
covered in your budget.
Right, so we've got those included. And then anything that, we don't have the data back, I believe. We send the pay data out to TASB every year, and Mr. Daniel's gonna correct me if I'm wrong here, but we send that out to TASB and get some recommendations on, pay for the next year, what the increase would be. They project what that, increased cost would be to us, so we kinda have a holding number, but we don't have that data back yet. But we do have that, all that information is in a fluid
Okay.
sheets that we keep going.
Okay.
So, anything else? All right. Thank
you.
y'all very much.
Thanks, Liz. Okay, we have our first action item.
Okay, this is a request to approve the sports medicine that we're teaching at high school 1, 2, and 3 as an innovative course. Innovative courses just allow us to offer state-approved innovative courses to enable our students to master knowledge, skills, and competencies that aren't included in the essential knowledge and skills of the required curriculum. So you as the local board can offer state-approved innovative courses for state elective credit. This is on the state list. So this is just a request of you, the board, to offer this course at high school. We've been offering it, but we need it approved as an innovative course.
Oh, you see we're already offering it?
Yes, we
Pretty well
are.
received.
Yes, yes, it's very, very popular.
Love it.
The student trainers take it. It's a very good class. So I just need a recommendation to approve sports medicine 1, 2, and 3 as an innovative courses to be offered at the high school.
Entertain a motion to approve. Action item 10A is presented.
So moved.
Mr. Williams, motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Bitter, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Okay, I'm asking for approval for 4 more positions. Mrs. Stewart and I have talked about this position 1 extensively and feel like that we need to add a stadium manager and ticket manager to our staffing. And this part-time position could be combined with coaching or PE, but it'll have full-time budget impact because, example, let's say we have a teacher coach that takes the position, now you've got a part-time teaching position to fill. So you're filling that part-time teaching position and this manager. So this will need to become a full-time position in terms of the budget impact. Then also this year we had a coach, head coach who was teaching leadership and art. She was teaching a couple of periods of art, but art has grown so much at the high school that we need a full-time art teacher. And I explained there that we had 2 sections plus Mrs. Kosla who did the presentation tonight. So I'm recommending that. We were hoping that Fit and Wise was going to pay for this additional trainer that we need at high school, but they're not. We've been just paying the stipends and the teaching part, and so they're unable to pay for the 4th trainer, so we need to pick up that 4th trainer out of the district funds. Then the 4th position, we have so many students in dyslexia at West that we need 1.5 dyslexia teachers. So this is a special ed teacher to do part-time dyslexia and then part-time special ed. But we could also, the one we've got there now, that special ed teacher would pick up the part-time dyslexia. So this would, one of them's already trained. So this one would be like a full-time special ed. And the impact on the 22-23 budget, position 1 about 70, 2, 65, $375 and $465. And yes, Ms. Stewart already has this into the budget, these 4 positions.
Can you help explain to me? I'm trying to figure out what a stadium and ticket manager does, and if it's designed to be part-time, why can't we hire somebody just part-time? And are we obligated to hire a teacher coach, which then makes us a full-time budget equivalent?
Well, what they would do, anything that we have going on at that stadium, they're managing the stadium, whether it's they're greeting the visiting team, they're making sure that there is, of course, our police department's going to be working with the security coverage for the stadium. But for the last few years, since we went on electronic tickets, the administrative assistant to the AD has been working into the evenings, getting all of this done, and Mrs. Stewart has also. So this person would be the ticket manager for the stadium and the basketball games, anything that's got an electronic ticket, and then also for anything, soccer, football, anything that happens at the stadium.
Liz, what was the revenue difference between last year and this year in tickets?
It was, I'll look it up while you're
It was
talking.
considerable.
It was.
And I know the pandemic has something to do with that, but
It did, but it was still a huge increase over the past several years.
I thought it was like $700,000.
I think it was like 70, but.
70. There's 1 0.
It's a
Yeah,
zero.
1 0.
It's a zero.
Our revenue was significantly higher because we went back to
Position costs.
not limiting seating at the stadium. This year we really let everyone buy tickets in the fall of 21 in the gym and in the stadium.
So it's not really stadium. It's stated as stadium here, but it's all all venues, so to speak.
The ticket is all venues, yes. It's anything that's electronic tickets, yes.
So it's a
I mean, but in
stadium
terms of
manager
stadium
and
manager,
tickets.
but it's not a basketball arena manager or a
No.
baseball field manager.
Stadium manager, and no, it's not baseball. All your 5A, 6A schools have stadium managers. We used Caleb Perkins part-time this past year at some of the games, doing the stadium management. But the AD's administrative assistant, Ms. Stewart, managed all the ticket sales.
Okay, to go back to your, so I pulled up. We've received $140,000 in revenue this year. I'm not looking at the 2021 year because that was where we couldn't go full capacity. But if I compare that to 1920, because I believe when we shut down for the pandemic, we had already passed anything that we charged tickets for, so that would be a full year. And our revenue there was about just under 60,000. So it has increased quite a bit.
So why don't we charge tickets for baseball? We used to. There was a time when you showed up and there was a table set up and you paid.
We never did. We just charged, like, when we were hosting for somebody, there would be somebody there selling tickets, but we didn't charge to attend the game if it was just a game that we were playing there. We've rented the fields out and charged, but we weren't charging for us.
I guess for me, I just see that, to Mr. Deffenbaugh's point, I see it as I know that I can imagine the ticket management of the ticket is a lot of work.
It is.
But if this person was also responsible for all the venues, right, that we currently charge to get in, right, being on site, to your point, welcoming the other team, pointing them to their locker room, whatever it may be, I just think I'm not following why it needs to be a full-time position.
It's part-time. It's part-time.
But it's got
paired up
full-time
with-
budget impact.
And we're also a teacher.
Well, that's because, let's say that you've got a teacher coach right now. Teacher coach. This person's teaching, say, PE, and this person is coaching. Their coaching is still going to stay with them, but they're going to go with the stadium and ticket manager, and now their PE teaching has to be replaced. So that's where that comes in.
So there won't be a coach. There'll be a PE teacher and a stadium manager.
No, she just said there'll be a coach and a stadium manager in the PE.
Well, she's in the PE.
Should have to be replaced, so.
The PE would have to be replaced.
And you've got one position right now doing teacher and coach. You would have a position still doing teacher, and then you would have another position doing coach and stadium manager. You gain a position by doing this.
So just for his clarification in mind, this person, position 1, would not be a teacher. It would be a coach. And ticket manager.
Right, stadium and ticket manager, both.
Would they still get their full teacher type
They
salary?
would still get the same amount of money that they're getting as a teacher coach.
But it had to be a coach of something that's not basketball or football, wouldn't it?
Such as golf, yes.
Yeah.
And is this, you said that 5A schools and larger regularly have a stadium and ticket manager. Is this the same model that they follow, having a
Well, some
stadium
of them
ticket manager?
some of them have like a person that comes back as a retiree hire, and they do full-time stadium and ticket managing.
Yeah, for a part-time.
This
job.
is just part-time, but some have a full-time stadium and ticket
Only half a
manager.
year, they don't.
Yeah, well, it's a part-time job. they
And
get
what,
full.
do you know what the salary comparisons are with these 5 and
You didn't
6A
have to have a coach
schools?
necessarily.
They generally pay them just like you would
And then
a
they do
teacher,
full-time.
something like that, or a coach. Depends on how many hours that they do it.
So they don't go out there and just hire someone
That's what-
to just
No,
come and
it's
do
somebody
that.
that can understand the electronics of the tickets and all the intricacies of that, because you've got posting, you're always posting your tickets and your link to your tickets and keeping up with all that.
That's
Dr.
not necessarily a teaching position that has to do that.
What does the stadium manager part of it entail other than meeting arriving opposing teams?
Oh, they're checking the field house, the visitors field house. They're making sure that all of that is taken care of. The evening, at the end of the evening, all the lighting, things like that.
So track meets, there'll be a lot of equipment moving around. and
Oh, track meets
things like
too.
that.
Stadium, this would include, I didn't mention track earlier, it would include your football, your soccer, it would include also that track meets, yes.
Would this take some of the duties that Mr. Ledford currently has, like for track meets, off of his shoulders?
Some of it, but those maintenance employees would still have a lot of duties in setting up.
Is this a position we have to post, or we have somebody in mind that could already kind of slip in and fill it?
We have somebody in mind that can fill it,
Who is a coach?
who is a golf coach. The half, you're gaining half with the stadium ticket, and you're gaining half when you vacate the teaching position. That's how you're gaining, you're picking up a whole unit between that.
I guess my only thing is, I understand the need for it, but, when you're looking at half a teacher's salary, I don't know what that's commensurate with other districts paying.
It's about,
And
what
why you
we'd
need
be
a
paying would be,
certified teacher.
we'd
to-
be paying about 30, probably 30 or so of it would be attributed to the ticket manager and the stadium manager. Most of them are probably paying more than that, but our person wouldn't be full-time initially. I mean, this was something that, after working with this for 2 years, this was something that Ms. Stewart brought forward, and also the administrative assistant to the AD, who's really an 8-hour, 37 and a half hours a week employee. and they were both working from early morning until late night doing
I mean, I
this.
see the need for the
During the
position.
season, it's,
She was one, Ms. Stewart was one of the ones that brought forward how much we needed this position, that we really needed to do this.
Yes, and there's a list of duties that is kind of been going through of what the stadium manager entails, and comparing that with other schools. I know, Coach Rogers has talked to a few other school districts, seeing, you know, how did they start out with that, and what position was it? But the duties of the stadium manager isn't just at that night too, it's during the day leading up to it. You're fielding the, you know, the request from the media of who can be there, who, and I don't have the list in front of me, but I know they do the media, they get everybody set up of who's working, line everybody out and make sure, you know, do all the communications there. And then there's, of course, all the duties at the night.
Right.
Events,
Going
which
back
is-
to what she's saying about the media, it's extremely important if you're having a big game that you've got somebody there, and not just Rick, but to meet the media, because they're having to show certain credentials, and you have to know exactly who's supposed to be let in and who's not let in, and they can't get in the box where the coaches are, and all of that. And then also you were saying something else about, oh, yes, the gatekeepers and the ticket sales people, of course now we're doing it all electronically, but the people that are managing the gate and the people that are managing bag check, to make sure that we've got all of those positions covered. That was requiring lots and lots of extra time. It's all of that.
And, I'm just bringing this in here, we have, over the last, this year was the first time that we've actually had a technology person present at every event, just because with broadcasting and with streaming, there's quite a bit more need, and that would be something that would fall in there, that they would help manage that as well. But it's just, there's becoming more of a need of just different individuals and somebody to make sure that's over all of that and
You want it
coordinating
in one
everything. You have
place.
the one person that you go to, because right now it's kind of.
So this is basically for every football game and every basketball game. Is there anything else that we're missing? Every football game, every basketball game.
You have to have
Well,
tickets.
soccer,
Track, soccer, band.
You have to have tickets for volleyball too.
Right, tickets. As far as tickets, you would have tickets for football, for volleyball, for basketball girls, basketball boys. You wouldn't have tickets at this point anyway for baseball and softball.
So I get that, I know it's a lot of work. I didn't know you were helping her, but I know Ms. Vickery was doing a ton of this. So I get that part of it. We also learned that Ms. Vickery is gonna be moving on, right? So we're gonna be replacing somebody, so how does that
What-
affect
you
that
what
role?
now?
Didn't Ms. Vickery say she was moving on? So when we replace that role will have less responsibility. So will we recoup some of this cost when we hire that role? Because we
That's
won't have
true.
to put as much cost into that.
That's true as far as the overtime.
So we were paying her overtime.
Right, she's an hourly employee, and the AD's
Okay, I didn't know.
administrative assistant will continue to be an hourly employee, and
Okay.
it's 37.5 hours a week.
Correct. What I'm wanting to be clear about is, not so much that it's not needed, but that we're trying to fit it in with the coaching position, and that there's gonna be any number of times, maybe not, but where, oh, by the way, I can't do that because I have this obligation, so I need somebody else to cover for me. So now we're paying that person overtime, as opposed to finding somebody that's what they have to do. That's it. That's what they have to do.
I think
we pay
that
them for that job.
Paired up with golf, I think, I believe, I'm confident it'll work out paired up with golf.
the golf season's in the fall and in the spring, and in the fall they're gonna be traveling on football nights. I mean, so how is that not an interference?
And that's a particular coach. If that coach leaves, the next golf coach may not want to do this.
And that's true.
And so then we're stuck with a position.
You
that
you can't say that it would work for any golf, but we've had other things like that were paired up that didn't
Figured out as it
work
came
with
along.
one person when that person left.
Well,
I think
I
that's
support I support the position. I think it's necessary. Just I would have the caveat that is having a coach the best alternative. But in this case, it sounds like it is. If
For
you can
the
work around it.
for now anyway. I
Yeah.
mean, if that particular person, made a change in position, then the next stadium and ticket manager might be a different pair up of some kind, or maybe even an independent position, because most of these places that are 5A and 6A, when we rent a stadium somewhere, most of those people have a full-time stadium manager.
Yeah, I don't think we're questioning the position. I just think we're confused that there's more in here about the who that's not really listed here. Like, so it just didn't make sense at first that this is pretty specific on this position.
Right.
This seems like to me something that, given the rate of growth we have and hopefully new facilities and all that, the position could very well be different just a year from now than it is right now.
It could
At
be.
the rate things are changing.
It could grow. It could need to be paired up in a different way. But the chief financial officer and the administrative assistant to the AD, I know what you're saying. You're not questioning the position, but those two positions do not need to keep doing this.
Agreed.
No,
Definitely not.
I want to be clear on that. The administrative assistant, the AD, has been the ones that have to manage the majority, that I have not done hardly any of that, but that has grown well beyond that position.
You've done a huge amount of it. Do not minimize the amount of work that you've done on tickets.
I think it
Electronic.
makes more sense if we're going to save that overtime in that role.
Well,
Right.
yeah, see, we didn't know, I didn't know that either.
I mean,
The
but
overtime.
that role, as
know
just
she-
being an administrative assistant, and I hate to say just, but being the administrative assistant and not everything else that that role was doing, but being back to being the administrative assistant is a full-time job. without the
Right.
other duties.
As is yours.
Right, rather than becoming a 12 or 15-hour job
Yeah. Okay,
on certain days.
now I get it.
I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10B as presented.
So moved.
Dr. McDade, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Lowry, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you.
Okay, this is a third pre-K class at South. You approved 2, but we've really got a lot of people wanting this, and it really is going to help the parents at South. Right now, that 42, Dr. Jordan said it's up to 58, correct? So we've got 25 qualifying now, and that's just since I wrote the cover sheet, and 58 tuition. We can't take that many. We can take about 60 at South. It's about all we can take. And the tuition's going up to $650 a month. So you can see that each one would generate 58 to 50. And we would split them out and put 8 in 2 classes and 9 in the third one on the qualifying. And then we would take, the rest would be like 36 of them is all we can really get in, and split them out 3 ways so that we've got qualifying and non-qualifying in both, in all 3 classes. And so I know earlier some of you were asking me about, well, what if you can't do it the next year, or what if we don't have room after a year or 2? Well, if we don't have room, then unfortunately we'll just have to cut back to like 2 classes of 22 or something like that, or we'll have to have, if we have enough qualifying to fill up the classes, then we won't be able to have 3 like this. But for the 22-23 year, we can do it. And we would always have like a teacher, a pre-K teacher could also teach kindergarten if we needed them to the next year. So it's not like that this is a specialty teaching assignment that we couldn't ever place after that 1 year. So I think for it'll pay for itself, and I think that for the parents at South, that this is a very positive thing. And Dr. Jordan actually brought this forward after she saw how many she needed, how many she had wanting this. So I highly recommend going forward with this.
entertain a motion to approve action item 10C as presented.
I move that we approve action item 10C as presented.
Mr. Lowry, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Oxford, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Sorry, I was fighting off a sneeze there.
Okay, as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, we have a budget amendment on this agenda. The majority of this budget amendment, and we've kind of talked about it for the last few months, that it would be coming. We just needed to wait on clarification of what type of hold harmless there was going to be from TEA. So what finally was announced from TEA, well, let's back up a little bit. They announced some hold harmless potentially on the first 6 weeks of this school year, if the average of our 4th, 5th, and 6th 6 weeks was better than our first 6 weeks. And after seeing the 4th and 5th 6 weeks, we don't feel like that was going to benefit us. But there were many districts in the same boat throughout the state, and there had been quite a bit of discussion and going back and forth. And so TEA announced recently that they were going to do a hold harmless for 6 weeks, 1 through 4. And basically they wanted to compare what they call the TPAR, it's a target percentage attendance rate, from the 1920 school year of the 1st through 4th 6 weeks to this year's 1st through 4th 6 weeks average. So in 1920, our TPAR is 96.9%. This year, we're at 94.46. So we benefit greatly from going from the 94 to the 96% attendance rate. And that's going to be used. TEA won't make any adjustments on their end until the near final, which doesn't come out until sometime in September. But they've given us the data that we can make the adjustments in our estimates. They're not only adjusting just the overall ADA, they're adjusting special populations that are based on attendance and not enrollment. Some of those instructional settings are your bilingual and ESL, your EEA, your special ed, and your CTE. So we get the benefit of that increased attendance rate applied to each one of those as well. So we've gone in there. We also at this time had a tentative attendance rate for the 5th 6 weeks, and so we're still estimating the 6 weeks in there. But with all of that and reworking through the data, it is going to benefit our budget by almost $1 million. So had we not, and we're going to look at that here in just a minute, but had we not had that hold harmless, we would be looking at how to make up $1 million, and with some different other revenue in there, it comes down to about just over $500,000 towards our budget. Again, we knew there would be some sort of hold harmless coming forward. We just didn't know how much and how that would apply to our district. So this is a very good thing for us this school year. It was a very good thing for us last school year when they announced their hold harmless that applied last year, and it was a good thing that for our district in the 1920 year. So we have benefited from each hold harmless that has been announced, other than the potential one that they'd announced for the first 6 weeks, which this overrides that. So all of that to say, so let's go back to how school funding works. Just a brief refresh on that. Property taxes and state funding, those kind of go dollar for dollar. If you get more in one, you get less in the other. They offset a little bit. So we also had some supplements that came out from the Denton County Appraisal District. We're looking at our current tax collections compared to that new supplement information and what we're estimating for the end of year. So that's why our current property taxes are actually going up in this amendment, and our state revenue is going down. And I know that seems opposite of what I'm just telling you, but we would be decreasing that quite a bit more had we not had the ADA hold harmless adjustment on here. So because the only way to generate additional overall revenue through the state funding formula is with additional students with a percentage attendance on there. So it actually is going to bring our revenue up about $458,000 there on that one. Let's go to the next page. We do have some expenditures that we would like to adjust. One, in student transportation, we're looking at increased fuel costs. which we had anticipated a little bit and put some money in reserves in that function, and we're going to have to use all of that plus ask for another $10,000 there. It's about $50,000 overall that we think that we're going to need for the rest of the year. So, but we had some of that put back, and it's going to be about $10,000 in addition to what we had estimated. Co-curricular activities. We've had some great success this year. As you hear at each board meeting, you hear about all the students that have won in their different categories, whether it's fine arts, academics, athletics, and they're advancing in competition, and they're traveling for that. Yeah. And we're seeing a very large increased cost in our charter buses. As you know, we're in a region that goes to Lubbock quite a bit for all of our competitions. And then when you go to state down into San Antonio, and we're estimating some costs coming up in Austin, we're hoping to send some individuals in some different competitions. So we're seeing increased cost on those charters, the fuel cost, and increased cost in hotels. I don't know if you've done some traveling lately and looked at those hotel costs. Mm-hmm. So we've already, and again, some of this are estimates, but we're estimating that we would already be at what we'd spent last year on this, and we still are looking at a potential $80,000 more. And that's, looking at the success that we've had. And so we're asking to increase the budget to cover those potential travel costs that we have for the different ones that are left. We've got UIL Academic going to Lubbock. I know Dr. Wright went over some of this, but we had a larger number of students advancing that we've actually have to send to Lubbock, which is a good thing. We're estimating quite a few of those going on to Austin. We've got golf, both boys and girls out in Lubbock right now. We have tennis that just went to Lubbock. Tennis is advancing some to Austin. Same thing, we're expecting golf to send some. And then we've got other sports ongoing. Track, baseball, softball. Am I missing any sports? I may be missing one or two in there. But anyway, we've got the estimates in there. So about $80,000 in anticipated costs there. And then what we're asking to bring that down from is from our maintenance and operations. If y'all remember back early in the year, we asked for an increase on our custodial staffing that we did not end up using, and so that's where we're asking to move the money from there, a decrease in that to offset. So you really do feel the impact of the increase on the revenue on this side of it. So it brings our overall proposed budget to just over $500,000 surplus at this point for the year.
It's a great dilemma to have.
I know.
To increase.
I'm much happier
co-curricular activities.
telling you that at this point than telling you the hold harmless didn't quite bring in what we thought it was going to.
But to be able to have to ask for more funds for co-curricular activities because our students are successful, that's great.
That's one thing that I won't ever feel bad about coming and asking money for, because that means our students are doing awesome and we've had a spectacular year.
Yeah.
And it's also good that we don't have to use it for the maintenance, for the M&O budget, maintenance and operation, for the reasons that we increased it to begin with. So that's a good thing too.
Anyone have any other questions for Liz? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10D as presented.
So moved.
Mr. Hawksworth, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowry, second. I do appreciate your activity tonight. You're just getting it in, Mr. Lowry. Any further questions? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right. This is some more FF&E for South Elementary. I'm hoping this is our last. We think we've covered everything with this one. We'd already had our main furniture order. This covers additional departments, radios, repeater to cover the south area and building, the radios to go in the building, curriculum and department items, the crisis alert system that goes in the building, and the student nutrition to outfit their cafeteria with smallwares. So the total for this request, we've got some quotes and we're basing some prices off of prior purchases that we're still working through. But this request is a max not to exceed $606,500. It keeps us within our FF&E budget for South. When you look at our previous requests were $1,682,000, and so this will total to $2.2885. And we're at can't tell I'm having problems reading that right there, but it's at our budget over there is just over $2.5 million. So we're still within that. We feel like we can get everything done and move in the building for these costs. you have any questions on anything that may include or go into? One of the larger one of the things in this is our library. That's a larger expenditure when you want to outfit 11,000 books in a library to start out. So which is a good thing. We want books for students to read, but that comes in there. So.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10E as presented.
I'm gonna recuse myself from this, Mr. Slayton.
All right, Mr. Hawksworth has recused himself.
I'll move we approve 10E as presented.
All right, Mr. Williams, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Who was that? Dr. McDade? Okay. Dr. McDade, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Mybeline, that was 6-0.
Okay, this is a request for an additional position for splitting HR and student services. This is another 5A, 6A kind of thing. Don't have any executive directors right now, but asking to create an executive director job for 22-23 from the M&O budget that would create a new position called Student Services Executive Director or Executive Director for Student Services. There was a time when before we added the third person, when it was just Chris and me. Chris had C&I, and then I had this Student Services as the superintendent. And then when Dr. Stieber came, we split out C&I, and we split out the assessment and accountability to another person. And so it's just really, with our growth so rapid and so many new positions and hiring every year and training and all of those things, it's just time to add this position. So that's what I'm recommending to you. And Ms. Stewart has put this into the budget.
So this is, Mr. Dennis, you're doing this now,
Right.
so
Mhm.
you would just focus on HR.
Correct.
Mhm.
Okay.
And
So
I
is this-
did this before he started doing it, but he's been doing it since 15 or 16
Who would this person report to? Right.
to Chris.
So it's not an assistant superintendent level position, it's below that.
It's below assistant superintendent.
So ultimately, it's still you. But
Or
you
below
have someone else
deputy.
specifically handling it.
Right.
Okay.
It's everything that has to do with maintenance, transportation, and student nutrition, including personnel issues, including anything else that happens.
And Dr. Ruggles is a director or an executive director?
He's the director. Dr. Ruggles is the director of special education right now.
Do you feel this needs to be an executive director level?
Yes, to
fill
oversee
it.
those directors.
Okay, gotcha.
Because
Gotcha.
Mr. Ledford is the director of maintenance, Mr. Rutledge is the director of transportation, and Mrs. Bresnahan, Amy Bresnahan, is the director of student nutrition. So to oversee directors, yes, I feel like it should be called an executive director.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10F as presented.
I'll make the motion that we approve action item 10F as presented.
All right, Mr. Lowry, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Yeah.
There you go.
Mr. Williams, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Right.
I'd move we table this.
Okay. Yeah, we'll
Okay.
go
Oh,
closed
this
session.
is, yeah, we need to have the other meeting first. And
Do this
then-
first?
Yes.
That's fine. Wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jeff.
You bet. I won't go far.
All right. Let's move
Okay,
on to
this
10H.
is a recommendation to use some of the ESSER money to fund 2 curriculum specialists for the district. This is in relation to learning loss, and it meets all the specifications for ESSER. And this would be 1 ELA or ELAR, social studies, and 1 math science. This is just a beginning. We have 8 teachers right now that are doing some curriculum work, and they're getting about, I think it's $2,500 total. I mean, each one. So it's not very much, and these are full-time positions. They would work on curriculum alignment. They would, especially with this having 3 elementaries, this becomes really critical. And we would be funding this out of ESSER. After a year or so, we'll have to absorb it with M&O, but there's also another position here involved that's an intervention counselor, based on all of the different things that they've seen at the middle school with the number of students who have been in facilities this year, the number of students that have been brought back from facilities, just the number of students experiencing mental health challenges. This would be reporting to the middle school principal and not reporting to Dr. Hagan. Dr. Hagan would still continue as the crisis counselor, and he reports to me. His is a district position. So that would be out of ESSER, and we may not be able to absorb that in a year or two into M&O, but we will have lots of counseling opportunities in the district as we open elementary 4 and elementary 5, so I'm not really concerned about that, but we will have to evaluate the position and see, you know, that is really what we want to keep doing once we switch from ESSER to M&O. But right now, this is to address learning loss and to address the mental health challenges that students and parents have experienced.
Will this person take that load off, especially at middle school? That there he is. Like Miss Shobe, I mean, the stuff that they're currently
Middle school's
dealing with.
getting a 3rd regular counselor, and then
Right.
this would be another person.
Okay.
And there's like a 14-page document that is in your packet.
I saw that.
It's strictly for the middle school, Dr. Wright? or-
Middle
It
and
is.
high school.
It is.
Is it just middle school or middle and high school?
It's not high school. It's
Oh,
strictly
high
middle
school
school.
is the content, is the curriculum. Or it's either.
We added a 5th counselor at high school, and
Okay.
Dr. Hagan serves high school to a large extent also. So they
Okay, I was
really
just
have
looking.
6 people. This would give middle school 4 people.
Okay. Now I was looking at that last sentence that said, and also at the middle and high school within the content area. So, okay. Okay. Yeah, that would definitely be a help at your level for sure. Yeah.
Is this counselor a licensed
Yes.
That's what we
counselor?
want.
Okay.
Yes, a license. There's
Okay.
2 different things. One could be a licensed professional counselor. The other, there's another license that we were looking at that we might consider,
Okay.
but probably an LPC.
Or like an LSW or LMSW or something like that.
LSSP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else have any other questions?
No, I gleaned that out of reading that information for sure. Yeah.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10H as presented.
I'll move that.
Mr. Deffenbaugh, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Hawksworth, second. Is that who you said? You said that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you.
I was confused on this one, Jeff. Didn't we just have this conversation last month
We did.
with the acoustic?
We did. And I mentioned I'd be bringing you some more.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I
And
forgot.
luckily, I was able to do it the
Selective memory.
next month right after. Sorry about that. This should finish.
forget.
Yeah, this should finish all of our acoustical improvements that were necessary after they got in there and did the readings on all the different spaces. So this one is request for $65,000, which takes care of putting some additional acoustical panels in the auditorium, which is one of the more expensive spaces, and then this also includes the acoustical curtains that go in the percussion hall to cover those mirrors.
So this
that's
is,
what this
the
request
original
is
was
for.
25,000? Is that what,
Yes, I believe that is the number.
so this is additive to the
Added
25?
to the 25, correct.
So more than double the 25?
Yes.
Okay.
And
The
how's
the
this-
product selection for the auditorium is much more limited in what will work in that particular space because of the location it's got to go, and then of course being the auditorium, we can't just put anything in there. We're trying to maintain the finished appearance that we've established. That's standard.
And how does this relate to the acoustical shell
Yeah.
and the bond?
Nothing
on
at all to do with the shell.
stage.
So the shell
Only
would
the
be a
word
piece
acoustic.
that's
We're in a good sounding auditorium, I tell
They
you.
won't be able to hear anything in there.
well, actually the shell is going to help them here. So
Oh.
the shell would be suspended from the rigging
These
above the
keep
stage, drop down, and help project that sound and keep it to the
I'm
audience.
trying to understand.
This stops the reverberation, the bounce back of that
Echoing.
sound. So when they're playing on stage, they play, and it's bouncing off
So
those
when
walls, and they're
our-
hearing it a second or two later, whatever that time is.
When our partner designed this for us,
They design it with their models, and they estimate the square foot of acoustical materials required, and when you put it all together, they go out and do the testing. And this one was just a little bit off when it comes to the band performances. Theater, we were within spec, but for band type performances, it did not meet it.
Now, I want to be supportive as possible, I really do, but how many times does the band actually have a concert in the auditorium? Is it 3 times a year, 4 times a year? And we're,
Middle school.
I would not be able to answer that question for you very well right now, but I
They-
think
they
they've been
have
in there
competitions
3
also.
times at least already.
It's
And
not-
UIL competition.
most of the competitions are in the auditorium.
Right, it's not just the concerts. Yes, it's the
Drama.
competitions, but
Choir.
also sometimes we're hosting competitions that include other schools. Or I know Mr. Bird has said that he'll keep hosting the 4A next year there at the auditorium, even though we're not even though we're not 4A, that he will keep doing that for Region 2 music.
So that's what the request is for. I'm proposing that we take it from what we've saved on the rooftop screens. We'd already approved $250,000 there, and haven't had to spend that much to close that out with the town of Flower Mound. So this is just coming out of what we've saved there, reallocating it for the acoustical materials.
Just don't come back next
Will
month.
this be the last year?
I don't plan to bring any more.
How many times can we measure square footage wrong? All right. Any other questions? How are the acoustics in the new admin building?
Haven't measured them.
In the boardroom, we want to know.
All right. I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10I as presented.
So moved.
And
Mr. Williams, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I second that motion.
Yes. Yeah. Mr. Lowry with a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the time is 10:02 p.m. and we are going to adjourn to executive session. All right, welcome back. For those of you still watching, it's 11:22 p.m. And I will entertain a motion to approve action item 10G per the terms discussed in closed session.
I'll make that motion. We approve action item 10G per the terms discussed in closed session.
Mr. Lowry, with the last motion to approve in his distinguished tenure. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Mr. Williams, with the last second on this action item of his distinguished tenure. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Thank you, Mr. Lowry, for your service. The time is 11:23 p.m. and we are adjourned.